Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our virtual wellness conference, day number 2. Today, we've got another really great lineup of speakers. And again, thank you to all of the speakers and everybody who helped out yesterday to make day 1 as awesome of a day as it was. Now, today, we have meditation at 10 o'clock with Leslie Burke. We have the Diet Trap with Sophie Smith-Dore at 11 o'clock. Release with Kristen Glowa at 1 o'clock, and Art Meditation with Cameron Montgomery from Studio Dreamshare at 2 o'clock. That's the lineup today. And just a quick note, the workshop at 3 o'clock with Genevieve is canceled for this conference. And we hope to obviously have her back next time we do another wellness conference like this. Yeah, that's day 2. I hope to see you back. We'll be back in about 5-6 minutes with meditation with Leslie, and we'll see you there.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our virtual wellness conference. Today, I'm Leslie Burke, and I'm going to be leading you in a guided meditation. So, a guided meditation, generally, it has progressive relaxation and then a short visualization. So, please feel free to get comfortable, find somewhere that you can sit quietly, uninterrupted, and that you'll get the best and full enjoyment out of this meditation. And I want to thank you so much for joining me today, and I hope that you do enjoy. So sit upright in a comfortable, stable position where you feel fully supported and your back, neck, and head are straight. Allow your eyes to gently close or maintain a soft focus, gazing 6 to 12 feet in front of you. Take a slow, deep breath to bring yourself to the present moment and begin the process of feeling more peaceful and centered. Breathe into the belly so it expands as you breathe and gets smaller as you breathe out. Repeat this a few times with me now. Take your breath in to a count of 4 and a long exhale to the count of 6. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Now exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Now exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And once more, breathe in, 2, 3, 4, and exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now you may let your breathing return to normal. Don't try to change it. Just let it flow comfortably, breathing in and out through your nose. Now it is the time to relax and begin the process of anchoring. Begin by stretching out your muscles gently. Raise your arms above your head as you breathe in, and lower your arms to your sides as you exhale. Raise your arms and stretch as you breathe in again. Relax and lower them as you breathe out. Roll your shoulders forward and then back. And relax. Let the tension drain away from your shoulders. Now, make your left hand into a tight fist. Feel the tension from your palms traveling up into your lower arm, upper arm, and shoulder. Now, as I count down to 3, release the tension in your fist. 1, 2, 3, and release. Feel the relaxation spread as tension releases all the way up to your temple. We will repeat with the right hand now. Make your right hand into a tight fist. Feel the muscles straining and tightening all through your arm and into your shoulder. Once again, as I count down to 3, release the tension in your fist. 1, 2, 3, and release. Enjoy the feeling of complete relaxation. Now that you have moved your shoulders and arms to allow your body to begin the release of tension that it has been holding, resume a comfortable and relaxed position for yourself while sitting. Stretch the muscles of your face as you open your mouth wide and breathe in. Yawn if you wish. Stretch the muscles of your face and let your face slacken gently as you breathe out. Relax completely. Let your lower jaw hang loosely below your upper jaw, your teeth not touching. Let your tongue feel loose in your mouth. Scan your body for areas of tension as you take another deep breath in. Feel the tension in your body as you hold that breath. Now let the tension go as you let the breath go. Point your toes and stretch your legs. Release the muscles of your legs and relax. Now bring your feet upward towards your chin, stretching back your legs. Release the stretch, relaxing your legs completely. Let your legs become limp, loose, and relaxed. Let your arms become relaxed and loose. Notice how your body feels. Feel the relaxation flowing through your body. Notice that you can become even more relaxed. Wiggle your toes once or twice, and then allow your toes to be still and relaxed. Feel the relaxation flowing, spreading, until your feet are relaxed as well. Let the relaxation continue to your ankles. Feel how loose and relaxed your ankles feel. Now allow the muscles of your lower legs to give up their hold. Feel the relaxation in your lower legs. Calm, relaxed, heavy, and relaxed. Enjoy the feeling of relaxation as it continues to your knees, then your upper legs. Feel your thighs relaxing and letting go. Your legs feel very heavy, and very relaxed. Feel the relaxation flowing. Feel the muscles becoming loose and relaxed, letting go of all the tension, relaxed and heavy. Allow your lower back to relax. Feel the relaxation there as the muscles of your lower back give up their hold, leaving nothing but relaxation, calm, peaceful. Let the relaxation continue to flow throughout your body, spreading now to the muscles of your sides. Feel your sides, abdomen, and chest gently moving in and out with each breath. Each breath making you even more relaxed. Allow the muscles of your sides to let go. Feel the relaxation filling your core, relaxing your chest and stomach, your middle back, your upper back. The relaxation continues to increase, pleasantly more and more relaxed, deeper and deeper. Feel your shoulders relaxing, your upper arms, your elbows. Feel your arms relaxing more and more, becoming heavier and heavier. Let the relaxation continue, spreading to your lower arms, your wrists, and once again to your hands. Your arms become completely limp and relaxed, pleasant, relaxed. Let the relaxation continue to your neck, the back of your neck, and the front of your neck, the back of your head, the top of your head, your chin, your face, your jaws. Feel your cheeks relaxing, becoming completely loose and relaxed. Feel your lips relaxing, becoming soft and relaxed. Let your tongue relax. Feel your nose relaxing. Let your eyes relax, your eyelids very heavy and relaxed. Feel your eyebrows relaxing and your forehead becoming smooth, cool, and relaxed. Your whole body is now fully relaxed. Enjoy the relaxation you are experiencing. Use your left thumb and 2 index fingers to gently squeeze your right thumb, while at the same time saying silently, relax, and anchoring the feeling of relaxation in this spot. Relax. Experience the feeling of deep relaxation. Notice your breathing. Notice how calm and regular your breathing is. Watch your breathing without trying to change it in any way. As you breathe in, say in your mind, I am relaxed. As you breathe out, mentally say, I am calm. I am relaxed. I am calm. I am relaxed. I am calm. Now squeeze your right thumb while mentally saying, relax. Let the anchoring occur as this spot becomes associated with the peaceful, relaxed state you are in. Feel the relaxation deepen each time you squeeze your right thumb while saying, relax. Continue to allow the relaxation to flow throughout your body. Calm, peaceful, relaxed. Memorize this feeling of relaxation. Notice how your body feels. Notice how calm you are. Create a picture in your mind of this state of relaxation. With this image in mind, gently squeeze your right thumb one more time while saying to yourself, relax. Feel the relaxation deepen. This spot is an anchor to remind you of the relaxation you are feeling right now. In the future, when you squeeze your right thumb, the feelings and memories of how relaxed you are right now will fill your mind, and your body will automatically relax. You are as relaxed as you want to be, calm, relaxed, warm, safe, comfortable, relaxed. Now that you are fully relaxed in body, we are going to bring our focus inward. Notice any worries, fear, anger, irritation, jealousy, or judgment. Take a moment to visualize these feelings as a leaf falling from a tree onto a flowing stream. Just breathe into those emotions, noting them and allowing them to flow as you breathe out. Another breath into any uncomfortable emotions. And breathing out, releasing them. Let the leaves touch the surface of the flowing stream and float away. Simply note them as they pass by. Now, any thoughts of memories, plans, associations, anything other than being here, imagine they too are simply falling leaves, simply flowing away along the water of the stream. Breathe into those thoughts. And as you breathe out, allow the thoughts to flow out, flow away, without judgment, along the stream and out of sight, all while matching their departure with the breath. Now that our bodies, emotions, and thoughts are a little clearer, a bit more spacious and open, we can begin to focus on the visualization that we are about to create. Continue to breathe deeply. Bring your awareness to the sensations of your breath and the gentle rhythm it is creating within you. Letting it be just as it is. Each inhale and exhale announcing the next. Expand your awareness to the sensations of your body. Sitting upright and with dignity, bring your attention to the surface beneath you and the support it provides. Root your body into its strengths and become aware of your connection to it. Complete, whole, and in this moment, you are grounded by its unwavering resolve. As you sit there, visualize a grand mountain whose peaks pierce smoky clouds and continue upward where the air is clear and the view is endless. A mountain with slopes that are both jagged and gentle, supported by a vast foundation, rooted deep in the bedrock of the earth. This mountain is a monument to all that is solid, grand, unmoving, and beautiful. Are there trees? Does snow blanket its lofty heights? Perhaps waterfalls cascading as a mist into an open sky? However it is, let it be as it is. A perfect creation of your own imaginative making. Be this mountain and share in its stillness. Grounded in your posture, your head its skyward peak, supported by the rest of your form, granting you an awe-inspiring perspective of the landscape before you, behind you, and about you, which flows from your center into the distant horizon. Be this mountain. Take on the mountain's stability as your own. From the top of your crown, down your neck, and into the balance of your shoulders, like cliffs descending into your arms and forearms, and coming to rest in the valley of your hands. Be the mountain. Your feet, legs, and hips its base, solid and rooted beneath you. A foundation extending up your spine and abdomen. A core of stability. The rhythm of your breath is all that moves you. A living mountain, alive and aware, yet unwavering in inner stillness. Completely what you are, beyond words and thought. A centered, grounded, unmovable presence. A mountain which witnesses the sun travel across the sky, casting light and shadows and colors across its consistent composure. Moment by moment, in the mountain's stillness, the surface teems with life and activity. Snows melt, streams run down its face, trees and flowers bloom and die and bloom again as wildlife returns and departs with the seasons. Be the mountain who will be called beautiful and inspiring, and dark and ominous, and knows that it is all of those things and less. Be the mountain which sits and sees how night follows day and back again, which knows the sun by the warmth it brings on rising, and the stars by the way they show in a darkened sky. Through it all, the mountain sits, aware of the changes that each moment brings, around it and to it, yet it remains itself. Still, as the seasons flow one into the other, the air swirls from hot and cold, the weather turns from tame to turbulent, some so treacherous as to tear at the mountain's surface. Still, none of this concerns the mountain, whose serenity is housed within and cannot be disturbed by fleeting furor. In the same way, as you sit in meditation, you can learn to experience the mountain as a means to embody the same centered, unwavering stillness and groundedness in the face of all that changes in your life over seconds and hours and years. Like the mountain, you will experience the changing nature of your mind and body and of the world around you. You will have periods varying in intensity, of darkness and light, of activity and inactivity, and moments that fill your life with color. Through it all, be the mountain and call on its patient strength and stability within you. Let it empower you to encounter each moment with mindful composure and compassionate clarity. As we draw this meditation to a close, you can notice the feeling of your body and breath in this place. Rest quietly for several minutes, noticing how you feel throughout your body, emotions, and thoughts compared with before you started. Observe these moments without judgment. Just notice. Gently stretch your hands and arms, feet and legs. Now it is time to start to become aware of your surroundings and to return to your usual level of alertness. Keep your eyes closed for a few moments while your body reawakens. Count up from 1 to 5 with me, becoming more alert with each number, until at 5, you will be fully awake and alert. 1, becoming more awake, more alert, energetic. 2, feeling calm, awakening even more. 3, almost totally awake now, ready to resume with your day. 4, eyes open, stretch the muscles, becoming completely awake. And 5, fully awake, fully alert, rested, and ready to go. Thank you so much for joining me today for our guided meditation, and I do hope that you enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of our virtual wellness conference.
Hello, and welcome back to the Virtual Wellness Conference. So we're just connecting with Sophie Smith-Doré, our next speaker, and in the tech booth there. So we decided that in the meantime, we would have a little conversation, maybe update you on some of our current projects.
Yeah. Where should we start? We have so many projects on the go right now.
Well, I was thinking maybe you could talk maybe about like the backstage process for the conference.
Like how is everything working out?
Yeah, give people
Yeah.
a sense of that.
So all of the equipment, except for, well, all of the equipment that we're using is a mix of things that are owned by me and Cameron. So the camera and the stage lights are Cameron's, and then we have the audio equipment, which is mine, and of course this is Cameron's awesome space. There's so much going on behind the scenes to make this work. We're using the Restream platform to invite all of our guests in and to make everything work. Gabriel, we have a little tech booth. You can't see it on screen, but there's a set of walls beside the couch over here. And actually, Gabe, why don't you come out for 1 second? Just come show us out. Come on, Gabe, come on.
Come on, the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, we got the Wizard of Oz behind the
Yeah.
the wall here, who's doing all of the sound and all of the video for our conference. Hold on. Oh, here he comes. This is our technician for the weekend.
Magic Man.
Here,
You're gonna have to like
sit.
crouch.
You can come sit like right beside me.
Oh
Gabe.
yeah, or
There's-
directly beside.
like maybe not behind me.
It's like Mr. Wilson. That's
Yeah,
great.
Gabe's been behind the scenes with us all conference, working on all of the tech stuff. We also had Maxine here yesterday, who helped out setting out some of the, changing up the set between presenters and everything. I think that's about it for the team, right? And
We have a lot of fun, you know?
Yeah.
Of course, the setup is pretty cool and fun to see it all come together, but also, like, for me personally, the goal is just to have fun. So, yeah, we're having a good time with it.
Yeah. And then what's going on in the film world?
Right. So, obviously, with virtual events, we've had to shift, from our in-person stuff. But another aspect of the way that Dorian and I work together is on film. So we had our tour of Stella and the Violin, which you can see the poster in our wide shot. We're just on a mid shot right now. But yeah, we did a tour of the Ottawa Valley right before COVID. We had to cancel maybe 2 shows at the end. Did we? Yeah, we canceled the Pembroke Public Library. That was supposed to be in April.
And one more showing here.
Right.
At Studio Dreams there. The last one that we did was in Eganville, the weekend right before everything shut down.
Yeah, so Eganville got the last sweet in-person show. But we have a little cool announcement to make. We'll make it again during my talk because I'll be live streaming as well on Studio Dreamshare. But we just finished the back-end process for putting Stella and the Violin on Amazon Prime Video. So that will be launching soon. Right now it's just in the process of the distribution process. So it's all submitted and it's just like, its status is basically processing, but pretty soon it's gonna be available, which is great because that's a way that we can share our work virtually, basically everywhere, all over the world. So I think right now it's not available in Canada yet. It's almost available in the USA, Japan, Germany, India, and so far that's it. But we're going to work on making it available everywhere. So one of the learning curves that we had with that was
Creating the subtitle file.
I like that you know exactly what I was going to say. So Dorian basically had to learn how to do that, but we figured it out.
Oh, it was such a long. I spent almost a month working on the subtitle process, getting all of the lines, because in that movie there was actually a lot of ad-libbing. We did lots of improv in it.
Yeah.
So.
Is that our
Is
guest?
that our presenter, Gib? Can you bring me my phone? 'Cause that. Oh, okay. I got a message on TikTok. That's not important.
Oh, less important. Yeah, so Sophie Smith-Dore is in Arnprior, and she's joining us via Zoom. She's not joining us in studio, so you know we're not really sure exactly what the situation is. But anyway, we're just you know we're just going with it. That's what happens when you have a live event.
Yeah. Can you bring me my phone? I'll just check if there's any emails coming in while we kind of speak here.
Speak easy.
I can't move because I'm wired into the mics.
Yeah.
It's not me just being lazy, not wanting to go get my phone.
Like, Gabe, come bring me my things. Yeah, no, we're growing into these chairs right now. No. Yeah, so I guess let's talk about Marigold a little bit. So we're right now in production for Marigold and the Unicorn. I don't know if that's going to be the final title of the film. It was Marigold and the Winter Witch at one point, and anyway, but the working title is Marigold and the Unicorn. Basically, we started filming that project, and then everything shut down with COVID right in the middle of production, which was kind of annoying. But everything happens for a reason. I really believe that, and I'm not too worried about it personally. And now that we know the process for getting our films into distribution. So right now we're working with Amazon Prime Video. I had sent some correspondence to Netflix and things like that for Stell, but there are now, Netflix has really specific standards for sound quality and for the equipment that you use and things like that. So it's not that we didn't meet those, but and it's not. I don't want to say it's because I'm lazy, but there were some sound issues with some of the scenes that we filmed. Learning curve for everyone in production as we make films here in the Ottawa Valley. There were some scenes where we could do some extensive sound editing and ADR and things like that to bring it to into the format that Netflix wants, but. It's a lot, and I would rather just put that knowledge and awareness into the next film. So I don't know where we'll go distribution-wise with Marigold, but certainly Amazon Prime Video is pretty cool. So pretty pumped for people to be able to access it that way. So basically the way that the release is going to work is that we're going to have like 2 weeks where it's completely free for downloading, and we're going to give links to all the cast and crew and family and things like that. And then after that it'll be like, I don't know, like 99 cents a download or something like that. I'm not sure yet. We haven't really talked a lot about that, but yeah, we want it to be accessible. Like, we want people to see it. So for me, like basically like the financial investment of creating the film is just part of making art to me. It would be cool to make money from films, but that's for Stell, certainly that's not really the plan. At some point, of course, it would be great if we did a really cool fantasy children's movie where the budget is higher, where we have more, the production level is higher to the point where we could actually sell it to some like larger distributor. But right now what we're doing works really well for us. So,
and of course the DVDs, we're working on that too.
Yeah, we're working on the DVDs. So I've actually had a request for a DVD yesterday from someone who would like to see the film, and also so one of our tour spots that was canceled was Mackey Creek, and it's called Head and Mariah. It's a township. You know the one, Clare, Head and Mariah, I think it's called, or
is that the one out by Deakin and all that?
Nope. It is like north of Deep River, like between Mackey. So we filmed one of the scenes in Stell and the Violin at Mackey Creek, and we did have a stop on the screening tour there, but it didn't work out. It was COVID. So, yeah, anyway, there's some people there who would like to see the film, who
Yeah.
were aware that we were shooting there and everything. So, yeah, so we will be rolling those out eventually. You know, everything takes time. We're in the process of working on that right now.
Then
Yeah.
of course there's like other not art related projects that I guess we're kind of working on, like the now I'm kind of like just talking about other things now, but
Sure.
we have the City of Pembroke's Climate Action Advisory Committee.
Let's talk about it
Right?
all.
Let's talk about everything.
Yeah.
Like we have time, right?
I don't know, yeah.
No, we have time.
Yeah.
Until Gabriel tells us to stop, or I guess we'll just, you know,
All right.
keep on chatting, right?
Cool. Yep. So, yeah, the climate. Yeah, talk about that. That's really cool. So this is a project that I've just been like a background support on, but Dorian's been heading, and I like 100% support, and like all the values involved, I support, and I have my own sort of climate-related projects that I do. I do a river cleanup on the Muskrat River. With youth, and for the past couple years, and I just started a community garden project, which I'm really excited about. It's small right now, but it's going to grow obviously over time, just the way that that kind of thing works, and I'm pretty excited about it. Those are little projects I'm working on, but the Climate Advisory Committee is like a big project,
Yeah.
making systemic change in our community, which is cool. So
So this kind of got started last September, like September of 2019. In a pre-COVID world, it's kind of hard to reimagine right now.
Yeah.
The
old normal.
It's hard to imagine what life was like prior to this. It feels like we've just been living like this for so long. But
it's like life before the internet. Can you imagine if COVID-19 happened
well,
without the internet?
I've never been alive without the internet, so.
Oh my! I went to university without the internet. I had to go to the library and read books. Anyway, different world. I bet university is different now in ways I can't even imagine. But anyway, we digress.
Anyway.
Yeah, climate action.
Last September, a group called Climate Justice Pembroke was formed on the Day of Climate Action, which was sparked by Greta Thunberg in Sweden, with the Fridays for Future movement, and events. We did a few strikes outside, but it wasn't until a few months, I think like about a month or two in, where we really sat down and said, okay, what are we doing this for? We need to come up with a strategy on how we can make real change instead of just kind of, you know, going out here with signs on the side of the street, right?
Which is important, but it doesn't have the lasting effect that, like, just to get real here, like, get serious, like the women's rights movement, you know, looking at the United States, how they're trying to roll back so many of these constitutional rights, that can happen if you don't make that constitutional change. Like, it's if you just make a sort of culture change, young people going out with signs, and it changes people's minds and attitudes, that's important, but it can be rolled back so quickly. So when you actually institutionalize those changes, it's more difficult for those things to happen.
Like you see that with Black Lives Matter, right?
Same, yeah.
Whenever that happened in June, July, like whenever the major protests were happening in June, July, August, what you see in that, this is why it's still important that we have these demonstrations, just because what you see is that opinions change. The opinion polling for that movement has gotten significantly better, and people see the racism that exists inside of our institutions a bit better now, you know. That movement opened a lot of people's eyes, and that's why, as Cameron said, it's still very important that we continue to have those kinds of demonstrations. But moving back to the climate, we keep going off on little tangents.
So Dorian and I are also doing anti-racism work in our community as well. So we could talk about that too. But let's stick with climate for now.
And
this is important.
So then about in December or January, something like that, the Climate Justice Pembroke crew, we ended up meeting with the mayor and a couple of councillors to try and discuss what the city can do, like, for climate action, right? And one of the ideas that the mayor proposed, because the city...
We have an awesome mayor, by the way.
Yeah, we
Like,
do.
we're blessed in Pembroke now with a really, really amazing mayor.
Because the mayor, because it's a new thing, even all the other advisory committees are new. During this term of council, they started adding some new committees, advisory committee, which is made up of community members who are passionate about those issues. Like, I'm just trying to think about some that exist. There's
Keeping
the
Pembroke beautiful.
Economic Development Committee.
Yeah.
There's a few others.
So there's seniors now. There's a seniors committee. It's important that because like elected people, while charismatic, potentially don't have the research background or knowledge or even community like volunteer experience and awareness of all the issues. Like they can't, right? So the advisory committees allow people to be involved in decision making locally, which is great, and also allow city council to leverage all the expertise in our community. So like on the climate advisory committee, we have this really cool young woman who is doing like national and international work in climate. And here she is living in our community and we didn't even know. And now she's on the committee and she's lending her like wealth of experience and knowledge, and that's great. But you don't just have to have the research knowledge. It's important just to have people who have been in the community a long time and just have a good understanding of like how things work, just to help us navigate, systemic change.
Like, anyway.
Yeah.
Once we met with the mayor, we kind of thought that it would be a good idea to kind of pursue getting this committee started. So we had worked with a few of the councillors, got some motions, and then in February, at some point, sometime in February, I don't remember. This was still in a pre-COVID world, so we were still able to gather and everything else. And the motion got passed, and then just last month we had the inaugural meeting of the Climate Action Advisory Committee. So that's how that committee got started. And
that's just like direct grassroots action turning into a systemic change.
And kind of relating it to wellness, because it is a wellness conference. I know we're kind of going off on
Earth wellness.
Right? Yes, but also for not to like say things for other people who are working on the committee or anything else, but at least for me, like you see the climate issues going on in the world, you see like all of these things happening, like you see it in the news and you wonder what you can do about it. So it's kind of almost a wellness practice in itself, being able to think up solutions and ideas, and if that makes sense at all, because you're distressed by all the things that you see.
Yep.
And then being able to make change to better that, I think, is a wellness practice in itself.
Think globally, act locally. Like sitting at the computer complaining about stuff doesn't get you anywhere. It just makes you more frustrated. But actually sitting in a room with people who want to make a change in the community, who want to support businesses that are supporting green initiatives, who want to do what they can to make the world a better place, being in a room with those people is incredibly energizing and hopeful. Like I feel hopeful when I go to those meetings and people are talking about, oh, look, I really want to start this, Maxime was talking about starting a tiny house village. So, so in Bancroft or in Hastings County, not directly in Bancroft, there is a tiny house community. And it's environmentally friendly, it's affordable, it allows people to have like a clean, small home that just suits sort of the changing economic environment that we're in at this moment, and the changing nature of work where people need to move around all the time and that kind of thing. So it's really great to see people who are researching these initiatives and want to bring it up and just talk about it. Like, how can we change this thing or that thing? Or like myself, even as a child growing up in Pembroke, I always thought it was really sad that there are these bylaws that you have to have, you know, your grass this high, and you have, you know, it has to be a certain color, and it has to be a certain, like, and it's, and I remember even as a child feeling bad for like birds and animals and things like that, where if there was a garden or there was more biodiversity in people's yards, then cities don't have to be this place that's not welcoming to other creatures. Like, why do we have to make cities just habitable for humans? And so, like, I'm really interested in like solar punk theory and solar punk aesthetic with the arts and that kind of thing, and cities that are green. And so, like, the idea of being on a committee in Pembroke where we talk about, bounce around ideas with other people, like the Grow for You Inc. duo are on the committee, and they are physically building green systems for vertical gardens and things like that. Like, these are people who dream up something cool and then build it. It's like when you get a room of these kind of people together, then you can really come up with cool ideas for how you can physically change how we live here in our community. So the fact that the city of Pembroke is like this small city, it has all of the comforts of, you know, like big hospitals and good schools and things like that. But it's small enough that you can really get to know everybody and you can really feel a sense of community. And so I just think that the potential for us as the city of Pembroke to make these kinds of changes is really, really powerful. And we could really be a model for other Canadian cities. So, like, you see a lot of communities in Europe that really have this this long-term planning mentality and community, like sense of community cohesion. And you see that sort of less so in Canada just because of rapid development. You know, in a lot of Canadian cities, there's these massive suburbs that are built that just spring up, and people don't organically meet their neighbors or anything. They're just sort of like working in downtown Toronto and then driving out and like crashing at this place, and then they're not connected to the place that they live. But we don't live that way here, and I think that we could really show people a way to live, like a way to create a culture that allows this kind of. We were just talking earlier about how we live sort of slower here.
Yeah, we were, yeah.
So maybe I'll tell the story is that I have a new employee at the studio, Lynn, who is. She moved here directly from Toronto. She's from China originally, but she was saying how she's noticed that in this community, nobody wants to work more than 3 days a week, which can be annoying if you're trying to like get things done, if you're sort of like a A-type personality. But at the same time, she said at first it was very frustrating, but now she's come to embrace that it's welcome for her to raise her child, you know, carry her baby around with her places, and like just people are more accommodating for this slower way of life, and it's really nice. It's I love it. Like, I can't live any other way, actually. I mean, I work more than 3 days a week, but you know.
I guess all of these different pieces, you're on the Economic Development Committee, the Climate Action Advisory Committee, all of these. All the art projects even, you know, they're all steps in creating a more welcoming, more kind of inclusive, you know, community.
Yeah.
And kind of, like, I remember, like, so my mom, some of you don't know me, is the owner of Brimstone and Belladonna in downtown Pembroke.
Iconic.
Yeah.
Iconic.
And I do remember, like, whenever she opened, which is going to be 11 years in May.
Amazing. Congratulations, Brimstone and Belladonna ladies.
Yeah, we were
some of my favorite people in Pembroke.
We were supposed to celebrate their 10th year anniversary of being open, but then COVID didn't allow us to do that.
Okay, we're gonna have that party. We're gonna have that party.
We're definitely gonna have that party. Stay tuned.
Yes.
And so I guess it'll be like 11th year, maybe.
Yeah.
You know?
Or 13th. Like Friday the 13th.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, anyway.
But anyway,
yeah. We digress.
Whenever they opened, the downtown community was kind of dead. Not to put it that literally, but it was kind of dead.
Walmart, basically, like, let's name it.
Yeah.
Walmart opened in the suburbs, and then the whole entire downtown just like, basically stores just started to close. It was like COVID. It was Walmart was like the COVID of Pembroke, and actually COVID didn't really hit that hard here. Walmart hit us harder than COVID.
Yeah, Walmart hit us harder than COVID whenever it opened.
Yeah,
it
realistically.
did. And our downtown was dead for what?
A decade at least.
At least a good decade.
Yeah.
And then in the beginning of like the 2010s was whenever like things started to, like we started to see more changes in Pembroke, and like the difference in Pembroke from 2010 to 2020, even though we're in COVID right now,
Yeah.
is significant,
That's real.
right?
Yeah.
And I think that community members who are passionate about these issues is a big reason about why Pembroke's been able to move forward,
Yeah.
so quickly,
And
right?
a new generation stepping up, because there are great figures, like people who are renowned in the area for doing a lot of cool stuff in the community and downtown and things like that. And a lot of those people are just getting old, and they aren't able to do that community work that they're doing anymore. And there was a sort of a gap. But I think that now there's a lot of young people who are stepping in and supporting, and who, are learning from our elders, and who are, bringing our passion and enthusiasm and just going for it. Yeah.
And I guess one part of building these welcoming communities is kind of, you touched on it a little bit earlier, but like the anti-racism work,
Yeah.
which,
This is the next big challenge, I think, for us to face.
yeah,
And for us to deal with here is valuing diversity here, because some people can be a bit of a stick in the mud about change, and so certainly that is something that we are a project that we're embarking on. So for the next year and a half, we are working on an anti-racism project. I'm on a roundtable. The mayor has put together a City of Pembroke anti-racism roundtable, and I'm just going to help out support with that in any way that I can. And it's a lot of caring, compassionate community members who want to make a change in the community and address specific incidents of racism that have occurred recently in Pembroke. And I've noticed in the news that, and in my anti-racism work and like research networks, that racism is on the rise everywhere. Well, scapegoating everywhere, that people are blaming, just othering and blaming and becoming more insular. And this happens, when there's economic hardship and fear. There's people who, think COVID is a conspiracy, and they want to blame, some specific group. And that's, obviously that's childish and inaccurate, but that's just sort of something that is a pattern. And so we can identify it pretty easily, we can address it. And not only racism, but mental health as well. Like I've noticed being downtown that there's sort of a mental health crisis happening where like a lot of people were used to a norm where, say, they could escape their home if they were in a situation of difficulty at home, they could go to the library and hang out. Or if they were homeless, or not necessarily overtly homeless, but just people who have precarious housing, or just live in a situation that's not really safe and healthy, they had places that they could go to use the bathroom, to just be alone and be quiet, to use a computer, to access the internet or whatever. And those things have all been taken away, and it's a major problem that we just don't have, we don't have funding and resources here to deal with that. And we do have some amazing community champions. Actually, I just went to a rummage sale this morning that was doing a fundraiser for the Robbie Dean Center, which is like a local champion that's working on mental health and supporting a lot of people. But it's just like we need more, and we need awareness as well, So that's something that we're working on. Something like we could talk about the Community Watch program, but I just feel like we need Brian Abdallah here for that.
yeah.
That's
yeah.
sort of a fringe thing that we've stuck our nose in. Like we are providing the local immigration partnership of Renfrew and Lanark, affiliated with Algonquin College, is providing training for the Community Watch program. I don't want to speak on behalf of the LIP, right now, though, and what that's going to look like. But that's going to be a really amazing resource for our community, just providing all kinds of training, anti-racism training, as well as having professionals come in and talk about mental health. And the relationship between mental health and crime is going to be really, 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 I think, a game changer for our community. So we're working on that.
I'm trying to think of other things that I guess we're working on.
Well, over the next year and a half, we're working on a series of films that are going to deal with racism in our community. So we haven't even talked about that yet, because right
No.
now we're really focused on the anti-racism task force. Okay, so I mentioned the anti-racism roundtable at the City of Pembroke. We are also heading up an anti-racism task force, which is regional. So it's dealing with racism not only in Pembroke but also in the surrounding communities. You know, I don't want to focus on the negative, but, you know, recently there was a little boy in a park who was, you know, attacked by two white people who broke his arm. Like, I mean, that was just something that happened like last week. So, and there's all kinds of other incidents that have occurred, and people are just under a lot of stress and are ignorant. You know, so we are putting together short-term, mid-term, and long-term strategies for making systemic change to just make that situation better. So reach out to us, actually. Reach out to us if you want to be involved, because we're looking for volunteers and community people who want to be involved, or who have ideas. Like, bring us your ideas, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I completely forgot. I had something I was going to
Sorry.
say, and then I totally lost
Other
it.
stuff we're working on.
Oh yeah, like one thing that I've noticed through COVID since March, where before, and don't get me wrong, I'm still focused on like Deepers Productions and all of like
Business.
all of the
things.
business things.
Although for
But
us, business and community are intertwined.
I've found that over the past, since COVID's begun, like business and community, as you said, have become more intertwined, and my focus has shifted less from, you know, the business side and more into, you know, community work, which has kind of been an interesting shift, you know? Like, by the way, I can't wait to get back to doing events and everything once we're able to gather again.
But events are an important part of community building too,
Yeah,
right? Like, yeah, anyway. Not to discredit the events. Like, organizing events is really important to bring people together, and, you know, you're dealing with things from like big community events. Dorian was organizing the first Indigenous Expo for the area, and that got shut down. When was that supposed to be? May?
that was going to be in May,
Yeah.
and then got rescheduled to November, and then got canceled.
Yeah, so those things are really important too. And also, even just doing like being a DJ at a wedding, like those are cultural activities that are important for our community cohesion as well. So not to diminish those things, but now we're doing more behind the scenes type of,
Yeah,
community work.
we'll be back with more awesome events. I have a lot of the events that I was working on in 2020 has mainly just been shifted. Like, plans have shifted to 2021, and then if things need to shift again, they'll shift again, you know. But most of these plans, most of them I haven't even announced yet. You know what I mean? Like, I was supposed to announce some events in like April, May, and then didn't. But a lot of the events that I was planning, and for the few people that know about some of the events that I was planning, they're not off the table. You
Right.
know what I mean? They're just kind of in waiting, right?
Oh, I have so many of those. I'm a schemer. I have so many movies I want to film. Eventually.
Yeah. And
Our next movie is going to be about dragons, by the way. And I'm like scheming with the Chute Calange, like in Fort Calange, just like in the Pontiac, there's this amazing waterfall with zip lining. And I'm like scheming about building a giant dragon that we like run along the zip lines and film it. Like, anyway, yeah.
so much fun things going on.
Yes, like live puppetry, because I just, no, screw you CGI. I want to build I want to build anyway. Yeah, that's digressing.
If I'm kind of getting like, we just jumped on here and we've been improvising this the whole time. We didn't have any talking points.
This is like literally a conversation that we normally just have.
Yeah, well, yeah. And kind of the point I think we're eventually getting at is just like get involved, right?
Yes.
We need you in anti-racism work. We need you in climate work.
Yes.
We need you in artwork. We need you in everything, you know?
We need you at the barricades.
Exactly. So, you know.
To reference the French Revolution. Yeah,
So if anybody's interested in getting involved in any of the projects that we spoke about today, whether it be a film project or whether it be any event
Saving
project
the
in the future,
Earth.
you know, there's so many things that we talked about, you know.
Yeah.
Don't hesitate to get in contact with me or Cameron. you
Yeah.
know?
There's nothing better than when a random person wearing an amazing outfit shows up at the door of the studio and you just know that they're an artist because of their, you know, the way that they present themselves to the world, and they say, hey, how can I get involved? Like, there's nothing better than that. So join us.
Exactly. And I think with that, we'll leave it here for today. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to talk about. And
I'm just trying to fill this.
we'll
space.
see everybody back at 1 o'clock. We have Kristen Gloa, who's going to be doing a
Amazing workout.
amazing workout at 1 o'clock. So I hope to see you all back then.
And sorry you missed the diet trap.
Yeah.
Like, we can't speak to that because we don't know anything about it, but.
Yeah, but again, thank you everybody for coming and again watching the first half of the second day of our wellness conference. And we still have 2 more great workshops with Cameron and with Kristen. We still have more great...
And my mom.
Oh, and your mom, yeah.
Yeah.
We still have really great things coming up for the rest of the conference. And Joan and Holly are going to be back at the end of the day to close off the event. And we can't wait for you to see all of the next things we have in store. Anyways, we'll leave it here. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. We're going to go on lunch and have a awesome lunch.
African healing movement. So it's just very loose. It's do what you want, do what you can. We're going to start being on our feet, being on our feet for sure, and barefoot is fine. If you want to wear shoes, that's fine. You don't need anything, any special equipment. And yeah, so we'll do a little bit of a warm up, we'll do some isolating movements, and then we'll do some special sequences that have themes, and then a little bit of stretching. So just really trying to loosen our body, trying to listen to our body and feel, think about what our bodies need, because everybody needs something different. So yeah, so if we can start with some music, get a beat going here. We'll just start by just swaying from side to side. That's all we're doing. So nice and easy, everything's loose. You don't have to have good posture. You don't have to be moving like so. It's whatever works for you. If you like to move like that, totally fine. So we're just swaying back and forth. Relaxing the muscles as we move even. Bring those arms up a little bit higher if you want to. And just stretching from side to side. And up overhead. But keep it low if you want to, or just go back and forth on your feet. Bringing those arms back down again. If you want, you can begin to pick those feet up off the ground. And moving how you want to. If you want to move like this, go for it. Good, one more to each side. Now what we're gonna do is turn. Taking the arms up to each side. We're getting a little bit of a twist in those obliques. And a nice stretch for the arms and the back. Good, we're gonna change this to a step tap. Or you can stay with the same feet or move however you want. And we're gonna take those arms, circle side, circle to the other side at your own pace. You don't need any coordination to do this. You just do what feels right to you. Changing those arms, we're just going to do alternating cactus. If you want to get the chest into it, go for it. Squeezing the shoulder blades together. Next up, we're going to change the feet. So we're just going to take heels out to the front. And when you've got that going, we're just going to take the arms, alternating arms. Again, nice and easy, nice and loose. You can bend down more if you want to. Letting those arms just release. In aerobics, we'd be doing this, but we're just trying to release all those muscles and relax as we move. 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. A little bit of movement isolation now. So also some balance. You can grab onto a couch or something if you need to. And we're going to take one foot up and we're just going to circle the ankle. If you need to, tap down on the floor I can take my arms out to the side just to help with balance. This may be the time that you want to pretend that you do have a string holding you up. Good, rotating the foot the other direction. Good. We're going to take that rotation further up so that the whole bottom of your leg is going to be circling. And you can do this on the floor or closer to the floor for balance. Changing that direction as well. Then we're going to take the whole leg, so it's going all the way around. But it can go in any sort of circle that you want. So it can come around, you're just going to move, warming up that hip joint, and going in the other direction, tapping down when and if you need to. Good time to change sides. All right. So we're circling that ankle again. Just thinking about how all our different body parts move. And again, everybody is different in the amount they can move, the direction. So we've reversed this turn here, taking the whole bottom of the leg again. And reversing. And then the whole leg, taking it from the hip. One side you will have better balance on than the other, usually depending on if you are right-handed or left-handed. And other direction. All right, those were the hardest isolations. So what we're doing now is we're moving up to the hips, so we're just moving them forward and back. However works for you. My knees are nice and loose and bent here. If anything hurts, if you're thinking my back is not handling this, don't do it. Just go in one direction or in another direction, or just bounce along. Forward and back, and side to side. I'm getting more of my body in than just the isolation. That's how my body feels like moving today, so that's what I'm doing. And now those hips all in a big circle here, all the way around. Other direction. Moving on up to the chest now and the shoulders together. We're going to work those, and we're just going to open and close. I'm relaxing all the muscles in my body except the ones that are helping me open and close my chest. But then I'm relaxing those muscles as I come down and as I hold them back. A nice stretch in the upper back and the chest. Good. Taking those shoulders now, let's just raise them up and down. Moving into alternating, so right and left. Next up, arms. I'm going to do both at the same time, so we're circling. I'm keeping my legs moving. And alternating the other direction. Almost done our isolations. We'll do a few more combinations. Let's take that whole forearm section around. Other direction. So this may be an exercise, but it's also a dance, a movement. Taking it into the entire arm and going at your own pace. This may be too fast for you. Go nice and slow. Other direction. Good. And just a little bit of neck work here. Really is release work. We're going to just tilt the head down and up. I'm just going to do a nice little march along with that. Stretching out the back of the neck. Good. Side to side. Nice and gently. Don't want to force that neck. What we're going to do is look over our shoulder and over the other shoulder. Once more to each side here, and then we're going to roll it. So forward to one side and down to the other side. Excellent. And our last move here is we're going to take the corners of our mouth up towards our ears. That is a good muscle to use often during the day. All right, next up, we're just going to do a few little combination movements, also inspired by African healing dance. And then we're going to go into some actually story sequences. So we're going to start with a tap to the front, it's flat foot, and in, and then up and change. So it's out, in, knee, and tap together, knee. And if you've got this, we're going to add the arms. So it's down, in, up, and down, in, up. Again, nice and loose. You can do this however you want. If you feel like taking your foot out to the side more, that's fine. There's no right and wrong here. Just supposed to feel good. Getting a lot of stretch in. Good. Next move, we're gonna just press and walk. We're gonna walk forward and back. So we're gonna go forward, 2, 3, 4, and back, 2, 3, 4. Nice and loose in the hips. This is not your fast airport walk. And last one to the front here. Next up, we're going to do those heels again. So it's heels. We're actually going to take those to the side. Two and one. And we're going to put those all together just for a little combination. So we're starting with that tap, tap, up. Here we go. And out, in, up, and out, in, up. Again. Next we move to the walking. So forward, 2, 3, 4, and back. 2, 3, 4. Forward, 2, 3, 4, and back. One more time. And back. And to heels. 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting again. And out, in, up. And out, in, up. You can go up to toes here if you want to as well, right there. And out, In and walk. Forward, 1, 2, 3, 4, and back. One more forward and back. And our 4 heels. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Good job. What we're gonna do next, one of my favorites, is some movements that are inspired by animals. So our first move is the fabulous flamingo. I'm trying to do this without tripping on my wire here, because we're coming up with wrist bent, 1 foot up, and we just change. So it's a little bit of a walk. Again, nice and loose. Just kind of a fun move. Think about how fabulous you are. Doesn't matter what you look like. Just how you feel in this move. Next up is the cobra. So we are locking our thumbs together and we are moving them in a nice serpent-like manner here. So the whole body can move however you want, whatever you think a snake looks like. You can come down low, high, whatever works for you. So the serpent is a symbol of affirmation. Next up, starfish, wide legs, wide arms, and we are just swaying in the ocean. That's all we're doing here. We're maybe moving a little faster than a starfish may usually move, but you're your own starfish. You can do whatever you want to. And our last animal is a bird. We're going to do 2 steps to each side. We'll just start with those steps. What we're going to do is start spreading our wings just out to one side and in. Just flying nice and free here. Hoping your body feels the freedom to do what it wants. I'm going to take it to a little bitty bird. Down low if you can. Medium bird again. And our biggest bird. I'm coming up to my toes, but you can do whatever works for you. And last one. Good. All right, so now we are going to do 3 different story sequences, I'll call them. So the first one is called the harvest, and the moves just represent certain parts of planting and growing and harvesting the fruits. So here we go. Our first move, our feet, we're just stepping back and forth at an angle, and we're sowing the seeds, grabbing our seeds and sowing them into the earth. Because we are ambidextrous today, we are going to sew with the other hand too. A few more seeds here. 2 more. Next up, what do we need? So we need the rain. You can make it rain however you want to. If you want a downpour, feel free to do that. If you just want a nice light sprinkling rain, go with that. And of course the sunshine. Take our arms out. And we are going to circle the body if you can. So we're coming forward and around. Other direction. So all these moves are just representative of certain things. Last one. Next up are growing. So I'm going to start low and grow up high. You can grow however you want. I'm growing in a serpentine-like manner. You can go straight up if you want to. You can grow out. When you grow up, you can sway in the wind a bit. Branches and leaves. Grow some more. And now it's time for the harvest. Everything's grown. Berries are ready. What we're going to do is pick our berries, put them in the basket. Or maybe right now we're picking apples. So let's pick those apples from all over. We'll get the high ones first. And those mid ones. Good. Other side. We're going to pick with our other hand now. And up high. You can pick from behind if you want to, wherever your body feels like it needs a stretch. And in the middle, those nice low apples that are easier to get. Good. Next up, we're going to do the little berries to our basket. So I'm down low here. If you want to, you can have berries that are in pots on the table. You can do that, or you can come right down, or however far down you can go. Other side. Luckily, we have baskets on both sides. Excellent. We have harvested all of our berries and fruits, and that is our harvest sequence. Next up, we're gonna it's a warrior sequence. So basically, think about how proud you are of yourself, how worthy you are, and the movements we're going to do are going to reflect how we feel that inside. So our first move is just an opening of the chest. Got our fists clenched here, so just showing our strength, not necessarily of muscles. And if you can, we're going to add in a little flexed foot walk, getting a stretch on the backs of our legs. Open and close. Next up, we are going to take some space for ourselves. We are going to basically swim into our space here. So remembering to take space for yourself, take time for yourself. One more to each side. Next up, we are bringing in the fire. Bring in the fire into our body. Or you can think of it as bringing energy in from the earth. You don't have to go far, you can just do a small motion too. Or pull out. Last one. Excellent, that was a short one. Now one of my favorites, the sequence with the theme of life. So what we start with is we're going to give thanks to the earth, because the earth is where everything comes from. So we are thinking about all the wondrous things we get from the earth. And let's move to the other side here. Just step tapping. Big presenting thankful arms. Let's also be thankful for the sky, for the heavens, for everything in the atmosphere. Good, other side. Last one here. Next up, we're gonna grab that energy from the earth, from the sky, from everywhere, and bring it in. We also want to do, we've got all this good energy now, we want to shoo away any bad. Getting rid of all the negative things, just even for a short time, from our brains, from our thoughts. We're just here to move and feel good. Next up, we're doing a find your home movement. It doesn't have to be a physical place, just a place where you feel like you belong. We're going to do 3 circles with our arms, fluttering the fingers if you want to, and then bringing our hands to our hearts, and then the other way. To heart. Last time this direction, the last direction here. And to heart. Also part of life, honoring our ancestors, those who've come before us. So what we're just going to do is, this is the honoring your ancestors move. Thinking of all those people who've come before us. Once more to each side. All right, we're going to do a little bit of footwork here. We're going to rock back and together. So rock and together. Rock back together. This move represents the fact that there are sometimes forces that are holding us back from what we want to do, what we need to do for ourselves. But even though they're trying to hold us back, we still come forward. We still move forward anyway. So let's also roll our arms forward. Good. Two more, one on each side. And our last move here is all about love. What we're going to do is cross our arms, giving ourselves a hug, sway. Just show yourself some love and appreciation for who you are. And then we can take that love, that joy, and spread it out to the world. So holding it in and spreading it out. Good, one last one here. And now we're going to move into more of a cool down, a more static stretching. We're still moving a little bit. Everything that we've done so far, we've done moves, we're stretching that way. So now we're just going to take it a lot slower and taking in some nice deep breaths and releasing those, not holding your breath. So what we're just going to do is breathe in and take our arms straight up. Hold them up here and then just reach nice and slowly down and up. Oh yes, I forgot. We'll put on our cool down music. Thank you very much. Good. And now stretching, alternating arms up nice and slow. Bring those arms down. Let's take a deep breath in. Stretching over to one side. Not too far. Keeping that shoulder down and relaxed. Feeling a stretch all along our sides. Good. Releasing any air. Take another deep breath in. Stretching over to the other side. Good, just releasing that. What we're going to do is take a deep breath in, take our arm across, and just feeling that stretch in the shoulder. It's okay to move your body or move that stretch wherever you need to. Good, another deep breath in, crossing over the other arm. And again, moving as you feel. Excellent. Deep breath in. You're going to go to flat back here. If you need to, bend your knees. You're going to go, 45 degrees. If you're super flexible, go down further. Again, those knees are just nice and loose. And if you can, we're just going to sway from one side to the other, straightening one knee, straightening the other knee, and reaching out. Good. We're going to go down now to our mats or your carpet, whatever you've got. We're going to go into all fours here. And you're probably familiar with the cat-cow move. So what we're going to do is just tilt the pelvis, round the back, and then let the head hang down. So we're just going to hold here for a little bit. And then we're going to release that and lift our head up. And rolling back up. And again, relaxing that head down. Just going at your own pace here. You may want to breathe in when you take your head up and out when you round your back. Good. What I also love to do in this position is just a little bit of a hip sway back and forth or around, whatever feels good to you. Coming maybe back onto your heels and forward. Bending those elbows. So that's really releasing the muscles in my lower back. Good work. We're now going to come down to a seated position. If you can, we're going to put your feet together, pressing those feet together. Just let the legs hang out here. And this may be your stretch right here. This may be your stretch, leaning back. But if you can, what we'll do is we'll just take a deep breath in. And only if you can, we're just going to round forward, feeling that stretch in the inner thigh, again in the back, releasing that head down. Rolling back on up. Let's do that one again. Deep breath in and release. Going to take our feet straight forward now. You may need to be in a position where you're lying back. That may be enough for your legs. If not, we're going to just sit up straight here. Again, take another deep breath in and just fold forward only if you can. This may be your forward fold right here. That may be enough. You don't want to feel any pain in a stretch. You just want to feel the stretch. If you can, you're just going to come down a little bit more, and we're just rounding the back, feeling that release, imagining your muscles relaxing into the ground, into the floor, and then just letting your head relax down toward your thighs. Hanging here. Good. We'll breathe in and do that one once more. Chest forward before rounding, and then letting that head fall down. Good. Now just a little bit of a twist here. We're going to cross one leg over the other, and then we're just going to twist toward that bent knee. Still staying upright here. We're not going from side to side. We're just taking that midsection and twisting it only if it feels good, only until you feel the start of a stretch and no pain. Good. And just breathing in and moving around to the other side. Good. Releasing that leg, crossing the other one over. Turning toward that bent knee. Shoulders relaxed. Just taking deep breaths in and out, so you don't want to hold your breath here. We're also feeling a stretch in the hip area. Good. And breathing in and going all the way around to the other side. Releasing that. We're moving even closer to the ground now. We're going to just finish off by doing a full body release and relaxation. So just find a comfortable spot. If your comfortable spot is sitting, you can sit, or you can lie down. And just get into a position that you're comfortable with. If it's arms out, if it's head to one side, it does not matter where any of your body parts are, just relaxing into the floor here. Just being conscious about taking deep breaths in and out at your own pace, whatever works for you. And what we're going to think about is we're just going to go from the tips of our toes to our head, thinking about relaxing each one of our body parts. So thinking about those toes and the arch and the heels. Just feeling those, all those muscles in the feet, completely releasing and relaxing down. And now your shins, your calves, your knees, the whole lower leg. Again, just sinking into the ground. If you need to adjust with a little bit of movement, or if you need to tense your muscles in order to feel them release, feel free to do that. Good. So now the upper leg, thighs, also starting to feel heavy and relaxing down. Your hips, pelvis area, stomach, lower back. Also feeling heavy, feeling the gravity pulling it down toward the earth. Now the chest and the upper back, and shoulders. They're also just relaxing, being pulled down. The fingers and the hands, the wrists, lying heavy on the ground. The rest of your arm, your entire arm is just sinking down. And now the neck, just releasing all those muscles, trying to remove any tension in that area. The jaw, we hold a lot of tension in the jaw, so just relax that back in. And the cheeks, the forehead, the face, and the eyes. Just let the eyes sink back into your head. You can close your eyes if they aren't already, or keep them open, whatever works for you. And then the entire head just feeling heavy and relaxed and sinking down into the earth. Good, and we're going to do one deep breath here, and when we release that breath, think of the entire body just sinking down into your couch, your mat, wherever you are. So here we are, deep breath in, and release everything down. Excellent. And just one last big stretch just to wake up our body a little bit if you have to get up now. We're going to take those arms out to the side, all the way up overhead. Really point those toes stretching those fingers up so the entire body is getting a nice stretch here. A big good morning stretch. Good, and then just release it all down wherever you feel like releasing it. And if you don't need to get up, of course, stay where you are, relax. If you do need to get up, just do so at your own pace, your own time. I usually recommend just rolling onto the side and slowly coming on up to seated and then up to standing later. So that is release. I hope you feel nice and relaxed and that you've moved your body, taken care of your body, taken care of you, and I hope you have a lovely day and enjoy the following workshops. Thanks so much for joining me. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. Here I am. Dorian's not going to introduce us because we're very zoomed in. But this is my mom, Debbie Montgomery.
Hi.
Who's with me again today for our art meditation. So today we're both going to be, it's kind of like a rainy, blustery day out, so we're going to be doing some cozy felting. So this is the project I'm working on right now. I was going to start something from scratch maybe, but I thought it might be more fun if you could see more progress. So this is a sort of baseline.
And I have possibly half finished this one. I'm laying down my background, and I'm going to be adding details today.
Yeah, so grab your cozy crafts, maybe you're knitting, or even, you know, if you have a coloring book, and just join in with us. The other thing I want to do before I start felting is I'm also working on a novel, and I wanted to read some little bits from my novel that I'm working on. But I wanted to just talk a little bit about felting before we get into that. So I wanted to say thank you to Tamara Gibson, who is my lovely friend in Killaloe, who taught me how to felt. And I'm really just starting out and learning about felting, but I instantly loved it. It's been, I was felting all last winter when I was house sitting for Jackie Goodhart, and made her a little piece for her house and some other pieces that, well, I'm hoping that there'll be something to show. So basically what this is a classic, you know, landscape scene from our area. This is just the base. So this is the sunset, and then it's reflection on the water, and then I'm adding in the foreground, which is going to be the tree line. So kind of like iconic Ottawa Valley, sort of Hastings County, east of Algonquin Park type landscape. So I don't know if you want to talk about felting at all, or...
Well, I had never done it before either, so it was really interesting to be introduced to it this summer at a needlecraft workshop that I was doing the sewing and knitting part. And so I tried this out, and what I feel like is that it's almost like wool paint, and you're painting on the felt. So it's different than knitting, where you construct something by stitching together or even sewing. It's really neat because you can like actually blend the wools and get really neat colors and atmosphere in your work.
Yeah, it totally is like painting with wool.
Yeah, and blend it even more than fabric on a quilt even, because
Yeah.
I've done quilts as well.
Yeah, so Mom also loves textile work, and like all of my entire life since I was a little girl, I can remember, you know, working on textile things. So this did come kind of easily to us. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Mom is also a painter, so yeah, she is drawing that relation between the wool and the colors. And there's a whole other aspect of felting that I really love that I haven't explored yet, which is dyeing the wool. Mm-hmm. So I'm right now scheming about getting some sheep. Hopefully this spring, I'm planning on getting sheep. I don't know how many, still in negotiation, maybe 3 sheep and 2 goats. I wanted to get 4 sheep, but it looks like it may be 3 sheep and 2 goats. We'll see. The goats are not for me. And
Another thing too is alpaca wool is really good too, so that might be interesting to try that, but
future.
stick with the sheep first.
Yeah, exactly. Stick with the sheep and harvest the wool. And I did do that in farm school when I was a kid, you know, harvesting the wool and shearing the sheep and carding the wool and cleaning it and all that. And I loved that. And then when I was in university at the University of Ottawa, my friend Rachel invited me to help shear the sheep at the farm that she works at. She just sort of in passing mentioned that they were shearing the sheep, and I said, oh my goodness, I haven't done that since I was a little child, and I would love to do it again. So I did pick it back up like a little bit, but yeah, I'm really into that aspect of it as well, like the sustainability aspect, and like going right from the sheep to this finished product, and using, like, some of these are dyed chemically, obviously, like these are all pieces of felt that are from my friend Tamara, some of which are dyed and some of which are ordered and chemically dyed. But some of them, like this beautiful golden yellow of the sun, is organically dyed. So there's some colors that we can't really get around here. Like the blues are more difficult. Actually, Matt tried to make me some watercolor paint from a blue mushroom, and that worked really well. But like, I just don't know that it would dye, that it would have the strength to dye wool like this. But I am also interested in doing like all natural colors with the sheeps, you know, like just like browns and
That would be gorgeous.
yeah, like that's a palette that I like as well. Obviously, I love bright colors, but yeah, I'm interested in that sort of neutral palette too, if that is, you know, where we start with the dyeing of the wool. So we're just going to be crafting away, and with that said, I want to read.
Very cozy in here. I just took my jacket off.
Yeah,
Very warm, so.
it is warm. Well, yeah, we had turned off the air system so that the sound would be
Yeah.
good, but yeah, we cranked it up so that it would be nice.
Yeah.
Okay. So I write kind of post-apocalyptic, not post-apocalyptic, I would say near future, speculative fiction, which is sort of an evolution of the post-apocalyptic, you know, genre, and with some romance. So the first novel in this series, in this world, set in this world, is called A World So Small, and it's very much a romance novel. And then its sequel, Mercury's Crossing, is more dramatic and definitely there's a lot of world building that's been going on. And this book is the third book in that series, but it could also be a standalone. So it's set in that world and interacting with those characters. But you could just pick it up first and read it. So I don't want to talk too much about what it's about because I'm in the process of writing it right now. But this introduction probably will, I won't read too far, but will be what it will be in the novel as well. So yeah, I'm not going to set it up too much. What information do I want to give you about this? Well, maybe I'll talk a little bit about my process. So I participate in NaNoWriMo, which is National Novel Writing Month is called, as a way to push me to write, because I find that writing novels requires so much focus and immersion in the world that if I were to like try to write a novel over a year or like 2 years or something like that, it would all fall apart because I just need to keep all the threads together in my mind. And when I am writing, I become very obsessed with the characters and what's going on, and I can't really focus on other things too much. So knowing that about myself, NaNoWriMo is a cool program because you sign up, you maybe like put some posts online and hashtag it, and other people will follow you or send you a message at saying like, good luck today with your writing. And I just find that it's just like really good to push me on. And I did put a call out on social media asking my friends and family to bug me about writing all throughout the month of November. So if you see me on the street or whatever, feel free to be like, Aaron, like how many words have you written today? Or whatever, you know, that's a bit intense, but, or just like, hey, how's your writing going today? Or whatever.
Just was interested. So do you just stream it from your head, or do you have like notes and?
So I make, like, I remember as a kid trying to sit down and write a novel, I was way overwhelmed by the structure, by the big picture. Like I could write a really cool scene that I felt good about, but trying to fit it into like a bigger picture. And also I coach people in writing and kids, and I find that youth, I can totally understand where they are feeling like overwhelmed by the structure, because that's something that you just learn. So like I went to university and I have a PhD, and I found that graduate school, like both the MA and the PhD, really helped me to structure, like more than anything in my writing, just to create a big picture. Like, how am I going to do the storytelling and involve all the research and include, you know, all of these threads in that project? And so I found when I wrote my first, when I sat down to seriously write my first novel, because I have attempted to write many things, many large projects over time, as I'm sure anyone who's a writer now or who aspires to be a writer feels. that when I seriously said, okay, I'm gonna write 5,000 words a day for the next 40 days or whatever, and I'm gonna do it no matter what, even if it's crap. I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna do it, and just iron will it, like white knuckle it, and just like get it done. When I took that very seriously, then I found it was actually really easy after doing my PhD. I found it was way easier to structure like a romance or like interpersonal relationships, and like the sort of whatever's going on in the world was so much easier to handle than graduate school. So actually, like I wrote A World So Small directly after I graduated, and I found it just like relaxing to write it. And now I'm sort of back because I have been doing other stuff, focusing more on like creative stuff that's purely creative and like performance, perhaps more so than planning. I find that I do need to structure myself more. So right now in October, I am focused on structuring and like writing important scenes. So I will go through, create the whole structure, write super important scenes.
In your notebooks or on a board or?
I do a lot of stuff in my notebook, so I'm constantly journaling, and I get ideas like in random places. I'll overhear someone's conversation and write it down. So just so you know, like I'm always
careful what you say
I'm
around
stealing
camera.
reality. Like everywhere I go, I'm being inspired, and sometimes I'll always change the names and things. So there's no character in any of my books that is based on a single person, but every character is based on everyone I know, right? Because we live through our experience.
What you know.
Yeah, exactly. Realistically, so so I will write important scenes that maybe change later and shift, but still it helps me to like orient myself to write them out. So I will do that, and I will pivotal scenes or just scenes that I want to write, or scenes that backstories of characters. I'll sometimes write out a backstory that might not even appear in the book, but it just helps me to like get to know the characters, because that's the most important thing, is creating characters that people care about and then torturing them, right? Because you don't care, it's not interesting until bad things start to happen, until they're faced with the challenge. So that to me is the most important thing. Like honestly, the plot is like whatever. It's all about the character development to me. So with that said, I'll just read to you this little opening segment. Not all of chapter 1, but okay.
Will my poking?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good. Poke away. Okay. Lyra drew her black hoodie closed at the neck with one hand as she ducked into shadows behind the large gray box building. With her other hand, she dragged a bucket of cement. She looked all around her and listened hard. She saw no one, and she heard nothing but the usual sounds of distant traffic. Downtown, drones buzzed everywhere, watching, but out here there was nothing, and no one worth monitoring. Lyra pulled a bent old spatula from inside her sweater. She dipped it into the cement-like mixture in the bucket, getting a large glob. As she lifted it to the wall, a shiver of excitement coursed through her. This was her first big mural, and her first time using this technique on a building. She spread the goo in a large area as high as she could reach, patting it into the cracks and crevices, preparing her surface. Lyra started drawing on walls when she was 9. She used charred remains from oil drum fires. Her mother was angry when she drew at home, so she had to sneak out and find walls and pavement where no one would mind. The drawings were harmless scribbles that just washed away anyway. Lyra wished that she had pencils and paints, but they couldn't afford any. She reached into her pocket and drew out a bag full of ground-up charcoal and ashes. She used her hands to apply it to the cement paste, first frowning as she patted clumsily, and then grinning as she got used to the technique. "It works," she whispered to herself triumphantly. The technique was inspired by an old tattered book Lyra nabbed when the public library closed down. She didn't understand all the vocabulary, but she figured out the gist of it. The ancients did something called a fresco, where they created an image directly into drying plaster on a wall. Lyra used charcoal and ashes to create lines and shadows instead of powdered pigment. An image began to form beneath her fast-moving hands. It was a woman with long hair, high chiseled cheekbones, and her hands open. Lyra reached into her pocket and grabbed a glass jar with a special yellow mixture inside. Lyra had harvested the first dandelions, crushing their golden juices into watered-down cement in an old jar, along with anything else she could find that was yellow. She even scraped yellow paint off the crumbling road and ground it up painstakingly to brighten her concoction. She beamed with pride as she colored a glowing halo around the woman's head with pigment she had invented herself. She stood back to admire her work. She flicked on her device, only for a brief instant to save the battery, and compared the drawing to a picture of the real Joan Whiteduck. "Not bad," she murmured. The likeness was there. Lyra stepped forward and wrote praise in stylized script across the halo. It was a pun. The woman's name was Joan, pronounced the same as jaune, the French word for yellow. Lyra was a habitante, a French ancestry New Englander. I wonder if anyone will get it, she thought. Lyra was only 12 years old, but she was already smarter than most, if not all of the adults in her life. Suddenly, she heard a noise nearby. She hastily dipped the spatula in the bucket of thick cement again and applied a glob below the drawing. She carved out Muse, her signature. When she was little, she signed her drawings Lyra Muse. When she started writing on walls, she dropped Lyra so she wouldn't get caught. Lyra was her real name, Muse was not. Her mother, Sarah, used to change her last name every time she had a new boyfriend, and she never bothered to tell Lyra hers. Lyra didn't really have a last name, so she named herself. Lyra heard the scrape of a shoe on the pavement in the darkness, and she instinctively jumped away, but it was too late. A hand snaked out and grabbed her arm with an iron grip. She turned to see the large hand on her and followed the arm up to the man's face. He looked angry. "What are you doing?" he growled. I'm sorry," she stuttered, her eyes searching wildly for an escape. "I should beat some sense into you," he snarled, shaking her violently. Lyra's hood fell down around her shoulders, and she looked up at him with large, terrified eyes. The man's furrowed brow softened. She was just a little girl. He looked at the spatula in her hand, and then at the figure on the wall. It was a young woman. A yellow sun blazed around her head like a halo. It was pretty good. The man looked back at the little girl. "Please don't wreck my drawing," whispered Lyra. The man looked from Lyra back to the drawing and back to Lyra again. He let go of her arm and roared with laughter, slapping his hands together for effect. "Bravo," he said with a big grin. "That's French," said Lyra in her soft voice. "Bien sûr," he replied. "Ma famille est un peu française," she said slowly. Papa Gilles spoke a kind of American franglaise, English with a French accent, peppered with French words and phrases. Her mother, Sarah, had all but lost it. Lyra could speak a little. "And what should I do with you?" asked the man. The words were serious, but the edge was gone from his voice. Lyra relaxed. "Well, I was just drawing Joan Whiteduck," fumbled Lyra. "I know what you were doing," said the man. "You're an artiste." Lyra was silent. No one had ever called her that before. She liked how it sounded. "This here's pretty good," he said. Joan Whiteduck was a teenage environmental activist who was big on social media. "Thanks. I'm Basquiat," said the man, holding out his hand. Lyra took it and shook it. It was her first handshake. "Nice to meet you," she said. Then she took off as fast as she could. "Hey, you forgot your bucket. Muse," said Basquiat, laughing as she disappeared into the darkness of night. Lyra lived with Sarah, Brandon, and Papa Gilles in Dummer Mobile Home Park. It was a village of about 20 trailers and a labyrinth of adjoining sheds where she'd grown up. When she got home, she stashed the cement-encrusted spatula under the trailer and went inside. Brandon snored softly on the couch in the main area, wrapped in a dirty yellow sheet. Lyra slipped past him into the back where she and her mother slept. To her dismay, there was a man who stunk of cigarettes sprawled out in the bed. Lyra recognized his face, but she'd never seen him here before. She looked at him, sweaty, in her bed, one arm flung proprietarily over her mother, who was curled up against him. Lyra frowned and backed out. She went back to the main area, past her brother and into the front compartment of the trailer. She would rather sleep with Papa Gilles than Sarah and a strange man. She would never sleep by Brandon. She hated him. Lyra slipped into the corner of the bed where Gilles was snoring heavily. Papa Gilles was not Lyra's father, or Brandon's either. Some people thought he was Sarah's father, and she never corrected them. But he wasn't. Sarah used to live in a town called Berlin. That's where she had Brandon and where bad things happened to her. She somehow hooked up with Papa Gilles, who took them into his trailer in hard times. Gilles was a lot older than Sarah, and though at first he tried to have a relationship with her, he could tell she was just sleeping with him for a place to stay with the child. Eventually he relented, and Sarah moved into the back sleeping area with Brandon. Times were good for a while, but when things got hard again, she turned tricks for cash. At some point, Sarah was pregnant again, and no one was sure if the father was one of her deadbeat boyfriends or a John. They all knew it wasn't Gilles. Lyra was born, and Papa Gilles turned out to be as much a father to her as Sarah was a mother. Lyra curled up in a ball in the corner of Gilles' bed like a woodland creature. He didn't move. She drifted off to sleep, dreaming of Joan Whiteduck. The next day, Lyra awoke to the sounds of shouts and the drone of motorcycle engines. She sat up and rubbed her eyes. Papa Gilles groaned. "Shut your goddamn rocket, Calice!" he shouted from his grimy pillows. He rolled over and noticed Lyra there at the end of his bed. "Good morning, Pop," she said sleepily. "Good morning, Mousie," he said. "What are you doing in here?" "Sarah has a guest." "I see." Papa Gilles grumbled incoherently to himself as he strained to get up, rubbing his knees. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. "You okay?" asked Lyra. "Oh, fine," he replied. Papa Gilles had polio as a child, and his family couldn't afford the expensive hospital fees for treatments. He was lucky to be alive. He suffered from joint pain and a severe limp ever since. "Sarah!" he shouted across the trailer. "Get some goddamn coffee on!" The motorcycles droned closer. Something was going on outside. Lyra went into the main area of the trailer and peered out the little window. "The Dummer Boys," she said quietly. Brandon jumped up from the couch and pushed her aside to look. Lyra resisted the urge to rub her arm where he'd pushed her too hard. Sarah came into the main area, followed by the strange man. "Stay out of sight," she said. The Dummer Boys were a local gang out of Dummer, New Hampshire, who were trying to run the show. They paid tribute to the Prince of Coos County, Banger Jones, who was a member of the rebels responsible for this area. He exacted tribute from all the little gangs and paid off the fraternity. A few years ago, the Dummer Boys challenged the rebels and a small war ensued, but the rebels won soundly with their weaponized forces and put the Dummer Boys down. Now the boys were proud Goonies for their cause. "Get out of the window," said Sarah. "F off," said Brandon to his mother, continuing to watch from the window. She tutted, but said nothing. That's it. So that's the beginning of the book. Obviously, it's a bit intense, you know.
Yeah.
It's a bit dark. But that's the sort of speculative fiction. So anyway, I don't want to give anything away, so I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to leave it at that. And you know, I might post a little more on social media. I will definitely be posting updates on how I'm doing because I find that helps keep me accountable. And I want to shout out to my friend Julia Sheldon, who, thank you, has agreed to be my accountability buddy, and we're sending each other pictures of our progress. So she's not writing, she is reading and drawing. She's drawing some squirrels. So she's working on that project, and we're gonna, you know, help each other just keep tutting along, because in COVID it's a bit just weird. It's just weird times.
Trying to make that connection when you can't meet face to face.
Yeah, well, actually, Julie and I were able to hang out this summer, which was really great.
Yeah.
But that was during the, you know, August, we thought everything was going to be fine again time. And now here we are sort of back in the second wave, which sucks, but, you know, it is what it is. Okay, so I'm just taking this, I have brown, and I have this dark blue, and the brown is, I'm gonna mock out the trees in the brown, and then I'm gonna just touch them with this blue because I find that it's sort of like evening light. You know, like it's a bit of like that, like, you know how the shadows are kind of blue on fall evenings or summer evenings, late summer, early fall evenings.
And definitely in winter.
Yeah.
There's blue shadow everywhere.
Yeah, so just a little bit of blue. Yeah, and if anyone has any questions or anything, you can send them to Gabe at the tech booth, and he will pass them along. If you have questions about felting.
So how are you going to do your edges? Like, I see you've kind of folded them over and done the side. I was thinking maybe just cutting them, because they're running over the edges. So like cutting them crisp, or
Yeah.
just folding them over. Actually, that looks nice.
That does look nice. I think it
looks-
depends what you're gonna do with
Yeah,
it.
that looks a lot softer than just the straight cut.
Yeah. Do I have? So like my last thing that I made, I left the edges really raw, but it was
Yeah.
thicker. Like it was less painting,
Yeah,
and
yeah, mine looks like painting.
yours is painted, so you might
Yeah.
need to have a stronger edge.
Yeah.
But mine, I did very like fluffy edges on purpose. Like, see how I sort of rounded that?
Yeah.
But I think that's probably just a stylistic choice,
Yeah,
right? And then at the end, this gray backing, I'll just sort of roll under.
because I didn't put a gray backing on mine.
No, you've got that nice white backing.
Yeah.
So a cleaner edge, then I would say probably on that. Yeah. So are you just doing that from your head?
Yeah.
Cool. That's sweet.
And as I'm looking at it, it's almost Van Gogh kind of colors.
Yeah.
It's not the whirl in the sky, but
You know who likes those colors is Arnie. Oh.
looks like somebody's at the door.
Yeah, somebody's at the door, which should have been locked. Oh, sorry, it's the drummers.
Oh, wonderful.
Cool. So the drummers are going to close. You're going to be here for the drumming.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going to close the. Yeah. Okay.
Now I did wear my mask, and
Yeah.
and everybody that is around the outside has to wear a mask. But Cameron and I are in the same bubble, so we
Yeah.
opted not to for this. But
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to stay safe and.
yeah, I teach school, so it's really important for the kids that I
Yeah.
am careful.
Mom's a frontline worker.
And actually, 3 of my children have parents that work in extended care facilities, so it's even more important that those
Oh, yeah.
very vulnerable are safe.
That absolutely. Yeah, at this point, I don't really feel, scared of COVID, but I definitely do feel scared of, I have a
Scared
sense of
for
elders.
others, yeah.
Yeah, for elders and protecting the elderly right now who are already vulnerable and already, stuck with limited mobility, and just it's sad that this has limited their mobility even more, and.
And I'd hate to see things be shut down more. Where
Yeah.
they get very few visitors anyway, and then have not.
Or there's
have-
just limits,
Yeah.
there's just limits already.
who can even go in.
Yeah, so definitely.
But going outside is really nice to get your mask off and.
Definitely.
Yeah, I take my students outside every day. We're blessed with a beautiful forest behind our school. And
Yeah.
So,
Oh, I wanted you to talk about that.
did you?
So, Mom has been doing this outdoor, like informally, and then now is like more conscientious about it, doing like this outdoor education for kids because a lot of kids, because they have family members who were feeling sick, so they stayed home. There were less kids coming to school every day, so it's like, what do you do when you're starting a lesson and then half the kids are gone one day and then there's a bunch the next day? Like it's so hard. So she's been doing a lot of outdoor ed.
Well, we started off by doing like a formal kind of meditation thing outdoors and very teacher-led. And the kids took over. Like the kids took over. They built forts. They were doing a lot of exploring and great inquiries about how the forest runs, how even that mini little ecosystem there, how it ran.
The Harvey Fraser Nature Park, I think it's
Is it?
called.
No.
Harvey Fraser?
No.
No?
That's up the road. That'd be another place to go.
Okay.
This is just sort of part of the school and just in behind the school. Well, actually, where you did some of the filming of Stella and the Violin.
And it's beautiful.
So I think about it when I go in there, and,
Yeah.
And it's just a breather in the middle of the day, and it just and to have this wellness project here, just going into nature with the kids
Yeah.
is a wellness project.
Oh.
Every day, every
Yep.
day. and they go, oh, are we going in today? Are we going in today?
Yeah.
And rain or shine, we have been going in. And and it's funny, your friend, you'll have to get your friend to, I'll have to take a picture of it. We found a squirrel skeleton that your friend is drawing or writing about.
The squirrel skeleton.
No, your friend is
Oh,
about squirrels?
Julia. Yeah.
Yeah, and I could probably try to send her a picture of it, and it was so neat that the kids actually saw this skeleton, and it led to a big inquiry about what it eats, how long it lives, what could have killed it, and they thought, well, perhaps one of the things would be that it didn't have enough food for the winter. So they built a little shelter and they gathered crab apples from another place at the school and put them inside. And then one day we came down and there was a little chipmunk there with a squirrel in it, or with it, with an apple in its hand, just eating it. And they were just so beside themselves. Like I couldn't have planned it. I couldn't have planned it if I had planted the skeleton and planted.
Yeah. But you did. You planted the seeds for that to be a possibility.
Yeah. And it's so more student-led now. Like
That's cool.
And they have in their imaginations created worlds and microcosms of how society works. They made a wolf pack, and they have
That's awesome.
howls and that mean something, and and
that's magical.
if one group made a better fort, the other ones wanted to somehow move in. And how do you move in skillfully? How do you resolve a difference?
Oh God.
If somebody did something and then they feel left out, how do they feel that, make that person feel welcome again?
Yeah.
Or would he deserve it unless he felt remorse? Like all those societal questions.
Yeah.
That they're just,
Exploring.
looking for in leadership too. Who takes on leadership roles? Who's willing to just work within the pack?
Yeah.
And who doesn't want to even be bothered with the pack? Who's doing their own thing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
yeah,
That's cool.
yeah.
That's kind of like, so I worked for this program, speaking of Julia Sheldon, she actually is the one who got me involved in it, but it's called CISV International. And it's a program, I recommend everyone get involved with it. Obviously with COVID, it's very travel and culture related, so, difficulties there. But, when all this craziness is subsided and we can travel again, it's a program where 11-year-olds from all over the world meet in a place called The Village, and it's hosted by a host community. Actually, Pembroke was a host community for Canada. It's just crazy, So there's a place called the Marguerite Centre. Anyone who's watching who's from around here would know the Marguerite Centre, which was run by the nuns locally. And they just had a huge facility and, a declining population within, and they would rent it out for some cool events, and it's just a really cool space. They have like a yoga room and a dance room, and the nuns do like liturgical dance, which is pretty cool. And so I thought, hey, they're doing liturgical dance. They've got to be into, doing some alternative things with their space. So I went and talked to them, and it worked out really well. And they hosted a village. So they were kids from countries all over the world, something like, I can't remember how many, I think 11 countries. And then there were junior counselors who are teenagers from like 6 other countries. And you all come together, and there's sort of like, there is a set program, but it's also, there's a lot of room for creativity as well. And it's a program where kids experiment. A lot of the activities are like giving children space to experiment with the state building and like interpersonal relations and things like
Making choices.
making choices. Making choices is a big one. And economic disparity, they're learning from each other, because what one child interprets is completely different than what a child from a different culture would interpret something as. And they just learn through experience, through friendship with people, where they just learn about that person and their reactions and that kind of thing. And it's just
And tolerance after going through this too.
yeah, tolerance, absolutely. So anyway, I recommend that. It's in every major city in the world. There is a chapter in Ottawa. It would be the closest chapter to here. Anyway, if that sounds like, wow, I want to be involved with that, just send me a message and I will give you some more information. But
It was a wonderful way for Cameron to travel. She traveled to
I worked in
Sweden,
Japan. Yeah, Sweden. I've been around Canada, Belgium. I met some like lifelong friends who I miss. And it's sort of like, it's hard to even explain the impact that it's had on my life. Positive impact. And of course on children, I imagine that if I ever have kids, I would love them to do this program because it's a formative experience that's just very positive. Okay, so I'll show you some of my progress here. Oh, I actually won't be able to, wait, here we go. Here we go. Just give you a look. Dun, 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 dun.
a dramatic music to go with it.
Exactly. So I'm just starting to do the trees here and the reflection of the trees on the other side. Yeah. Sweet. So the drummers are coming in, so stay tuned for some amazing drumming. And I feel blessed to have the drumming in the studio because I just find that afterwards for days, you can feel the energy and the vibrations of the drums. It's just very positive.
Dorian's dad is a drummer too, and he came in to a workshop that we were having with kids this summer, and I mean, it was beautiful. It made me cry, but with the kids, it just reached into their soul too.
Yeah, super important.
Yeah.
Yeah, super important. I read this book by Mark. He's a Mark Levant, something like that, who is a Canadian scholar. He works at the University of Montreal, and it was called This Is Your Brain on Music. And so he does research, like academic research that you can read, but he also wrote this Is Your Brain on Music book that's very accessible and approachable. He doesn't go into all the details of music theory and things, which I love music theory, but it's definitely something that's accessible even if you're not really a musician, and it talks about percussion and its effect on your brain. It's so positive. And that the earliest musical instrument that we have found, in the archaeological record, of course, things date back way further than we think. In general, in archaeology, I have a degree in archaeology, by the way, so random, but was a tree stump still in the ground that was hollowed out, and it had a skin stretched over it, something like 40,000 years ago. And of course, I think that there's a really strong case to say that probably 200, 300,000 years ago, people were making those drums. But, there's limits to what we can find and prove is a drum, because there's different remains in that. But anyway, I'm nerding out. But This Is Your Brain on Music talks about how the part of your brain in your cerebellum that processes sound goes in through a part of your brain that controls your involuntary arm and leg movement. So when you hear certain beats, you can't help but move. And I think that's amazing that they talk about how even in babies will just move involuntarily because of the way your brain actually is built. And I love that.
And it's funny you should mention that because my class in the forest, there were students that were drumming, finding things that they could drum on.
I'm not surprised.
No. And then there was one little girl that took wild grapes and was painting with the wild grapes.
Oh, you told me that. Yeah.
And then she would put face paint on the other students.
Yeah.
So she became a valued member of the wolf pack because she was the one that did the the painting.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, so yeah, the other interesting thing in that study was about the positive effects of drumming. Like the vibration of it is good for your muscles, it relaxes you. Like obviously these are things that we just know intuitively as well, but it's cool to see, to actually, hook someone up to a machine and just see the effects on the brain and the body of those sounds and movements and that kind of thing. Anyway, I recommend that book, and he wrote another one called The 6 Songs That Changed the World, which is kind of like a music history type of thing. And it's just about how so many, how so much music today is really similar. Like songs
Yes.
are the same, repeating the same kinds of things, because also that positive effect. Like I was listening to CBC Radio, and Booker T. Jones was talking about how he uses like heavy music theory, and so he just looks like his music is effortless, like he's so in the moment, and like it's just inspired, and of course it is, but also all of the planning that goes into, like he was saying that he uses the Fibonacci sequence because it's pleasing, like found in nature, and his triads, and like just the way that his chords are structured, like he's actually invented all of these musical concepts. And then how he was like reading the diaries of Bach, talking about the effect of the music on people and things like that. So much thought and care going into the work that
That
he's doing.
reminds me of something I saw on Twitter today. Is,
Okay.
Up in the Canadian Yukon, there was a Sikh man, and it was his birthday.
Uh-huh.
And he had plans of, he was there himself,
Uh-huh.
and a very distant neighbor came with a bagpipe
Oh, nice.
and was playing bagpipes for him for his birthday. And he did a traditional dance in his own culture to the bagpipes.
Oh, nice.
And I just thought,
That's Canada.
That's Canada. It was so total, and the guy with the bagpipes had a kilt and everything like that.
Yeah.
It was just so neat to see
That's cool.
such a cross-cultural
Yeah.
sharing.
Yeah.
And it just made that guy's birthday, so he posted it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I want to mention, that reminds me, not the bagpipes, but the accordion. So my accordion teacher, Alistair McDonald, does accordion live streams. He's based out of Deep River, and he works for CNL, but he's like a really amazing musician as well. And he was teaching me accordion, then we had to stop because of COVID. We could probably start back up again at some point soon, but he does accordion live streams, and it's so cool. I also really enjoy seeing like his friends from all over the world, because he's a specialist in his field where he's had to travel a lot. But like also, his like friends and family back home in Scotland, and they're like they're cute. The way that they talk is it's like the same language that I speak, so I do understand it, but then also there's a lot of stuff I don't even understand what they're saying. It's very like culturally specific. I just think that's really cute. Not bagpipes, but
Oh, I love the bagpipes.
I'm not a huge fan of bagpipes.
Really?
But I do love the accordion. And it has a similar like character, I find. Like I don't want to say like silly is not the right word, but like it has a humor to it that, I mean, you can be serious with both of those instruments, of course, but like there is a
Well, the
sort of,
bagpipes are very serious,
yeah,
I find.
yeah, but it is a unique voice where
Yes.
it's very,
But they were funny when this
right,
guy came out of the woods playing them.
yeah.
It was killed.
It has such a personality as an instrument that like there's a lot of funny things you can do with it, like those
Yeah,
accordions, sort of silly.
yeah,
Or like a hurdy-gurdy,
yeah.
which is like in Paris, there were these like music boxes where you turn the crank,
Yeah.
The monkey would turn the crank,
yeah.
and then you could maybe, anyway, I just,
New York City streets too, that
has a hurdy-gurdy.
has that whole, what do you call it?
I don't even know.
Yeah, music box, I guess. Or,
Oh, I see what you mean.
yeah.
Yeah. I
Like
feel
somebody would
it's-
be on a street with a monkey collecting money.
Yeah.
It would be a way of, organ grinder.
Organ grinder, yeah,
That's it.
That's right.
I knew it would come to me.
Yeah. So this is pretty random, but this morning I went to a rummage sale at a church near. So I just bought a new house, my first house ever, and I'm pretty excited about that. And there's a lot of churches around where I am, and I love rummage sales. So like Krista Gross-Clegg posted, a friend of Mom and I, posted a link to a rummage sale at a church like really close to where I am. So I was like, oh, I'll go check it out. So I went this morning before the conference
Oh,
started.
you should have told me.
Well, but I went at 8 a.m.,
Oh,
so I
okay.
didn't want to, it's
No,
Sunday, you know?
Didn't want to call me that early.
So I showed up, and the lady was like, hey, how's it going? How did you find out about us? And I was like, oh, Krista Gross-Clegg. And she's like, great. And wrote my name and contact information on a list or whatever. And then she's like, okay, well, great. What brings you here today? I was like, oh, well, the rummage sale, obviously. And she's like, oh, okay, it's over there. And so I went over there, and there's this big hall full of tables of awesome treasures, and there's nobody else there. But I thought, okay, maybe everyone's sleeping in on Sunday. Maybe this is the thing, the new normal, COVID, everyone sleeps in. So I'm cool, looking at all the cool stuff. There's enamelware. I'm like, yes, enamelware. And I find a vacuum cleaner for my new house. And then people start singing. I hear singing. And then I see a poster on the wall, rummage sale. It was actually yesterday.
Oh,
So there was a church service happening, and I didn't realize. And I was rummaging and making all this noise with pots and pans and everything. And the doors are open and they can see me. I felt so awful. I was like, ah! Rummaging, because I was being so noisy. I just didn't,
yeah.
Anyway, I was rummaging. And,
Start singing with them?
well, I just didn't know what to do. It was very awkward. So I just, quietly, made my donation and took my things and slithered away. But, anyway, it was, anyway, kind of an awkward moment, but it is what it is. It was a beautiful rummage sale, and they had a lot of cool stuff. I can't imagine what it was like yesterday.
Maybe they'll have another one.
That's what they were saying, actually. Someone was.
Because I didn't even
someone
hear
say.
about it. But
That's what I told them. I was like, I don't think enough people heard about this because you got a lot of good stuff here, and a lot of housewares, which I need.
yes.
So.
Well, check all your boxes first, too, because you've got a lot more stuff than you realize in boxes.
I know, I have to unpack all my boxes, but I just love a rummage sale no
Yeah.
matter what.
I do, too.
I got a cool necklace for my friend, that she'll like. I don't like to buy anything new, and I actually just don't buy anything new anymore if I can help it. So I've made that commitment to myself and the environment. Yeah. Okay, so here we're coming along. I'm doing the other side now, and it's supposed to be sort of more in the distance. And yeah, I can, from up close, it doesn't look that way, but actually when I see it on camera, it does have the
Oh, my
effect that I'm
goodness,
looking
yes.
for.
Look at the depth over there.
Yeah. Oh, turn it this way, yeah. But I do want to do a feature tree. So I don't know if I'm gonna, we only have 5 minutes left.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, my gosh.
Time flies. But yeah, that's looking lovely.
I haven't done hardly anything.
You have, it's just subtle.
Yeah, I know.
You're doing very, look at this blue line moving in here. Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to go fast.
I'm going to look at mine from a distance, too.
Yeah. And you'll have to show people the up close detail too. It looks
yeah.
beautiful from a distance too. Yeah, that's why I did this half finished one.
Yeah.
So that people could actually see
If I had started, or if I had just,
No, that's beautiful.
yeah.
That's beautiful.
But if I had just started, well, mind you, when you first start and you're laying stuff down,
Yeah.
you get a lot more progress
chunk, yeah.
than if you're just doing detail. When you're adding detail, can be
More complicated.
complicated, time-consuming, but very therapeutic.
Oh God,
Oh, my
I love
goodness.
felting. It's a
Yeah.
game changer. Okay, I need to extend
Art
this.
is just so therapeutic, and for wellness,
Yeah.
people sometimes view art as something that would cause them a lot of stress.
What? Like who?
Well, just because that doesn't they don't know how. Or,
Oh, yeah,
You know
right,
what I
right.
mean?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
stress.
I see.
You know, if they have expectations themselves.
Expectations.
And if somebody looked at it, they might judge.
Yeah.
Or whatever. But, you know, it's such a beautiful thing.
Yeah, you just have to start.
Yeah, and sometimes the biggest mistakes are the most beautiful things.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's absolutely true. Yeah. Oh God, I just have zero expectations. And if you have zero expectations, then everything you do looks great.
Well, I have high expectations,
Yeah.
but I'm willing to go with the mistakes. I think that's,
Yeah.
or willing to go with trying something and not being afraid to fail, you know?
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not afraid of that.
No, you're not.
You must have taught me that. You know? That's good. I think that is an important lesson for people
Yeah.
to learn.
Yeah,
being afraid to fail.
and in any endeavor you do.
Yeah, exactly. You just have to try it. What
Yeah.
else can you do? And someone asked me something about business. I don't even know like exactly what it was, but I thought it was very relative to art, which
Yeah.
was that you just have to try. And you
Yeah.
can plan, like someone's like, oh, what about your social media strategy and your this kind of plan? And like that, those things are important. Like making a business plan is important. I'm not trying to say it's not, but like trying, experimenting is as important. So it's like 50% planning and 50% just like, hey, this feels good, let's try this. Oh, it didn't work, whoops.
Yeah.
You know?
And it's all facets of life, because
Yeah.
as you were saying, talking about that, I was thinking of what I do is teaching,
Yep.
and you know, you can have the most detailed lesson plans, but if you don't go with something, like if
The wolf
something-
pack?
Yeah. If something ignites the inspiration and desire to learn in a child, if you force that out of them by being too rigid,
Yeah.
then you lose sense of what you were trying to do in the first place.
Yeah, the whole point is,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. That's good. I hope more teachers have that outlook, you know? Because, man, during COVID, you really have to be able to pivot,
Yeah. Yeah.
to use a sport term, but
Yeah.
you know, like, geez, it's tough. All
And I
right.
think we can be more loving and caring of other people, no matter what they do with their lives.
Yeah, totally.
And supportive of their arts in particular, but
Definitely.
yeah.
Definitely. All right, so I think we just have like 1 or 2 minutes left here. Thanks for joining us, people who are watching. Oh, wow, we got quite a few on now. Yeah, thanks for joining in, and you know, feel free to reach out anytime with questions or anything. If you want to make art together, or you want to ask my mom's advice on something, you know, because Andrew, who's probably tuning in now, hello Andrew if you are, and if not, you probably watch it later. Andrew was saying that in the other May, Dorian, was the other one in May? The one was in May. Yeah, that the first virtual wellness conference, that he was super inspired to get back into his arts practice. And so actually that was one of my inspirations for doing this, because he does weaving.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he does, like,
I'd love
tapestry
to
weaving.
do something about like that.
I know. So
Yeah.
so Andrew, you should come to Pembroke
Yeah.
and hang out and do like a residency at the studio and
Yeah.
teach some weaving, because we actually, okay, so the last thing I'm going to say is we did a needlecraft program here at the studio for kids. It was going to be
Well,
for teen
tweens.
girls. Yeah.
Tweens.
Yeah, it was supposed to be more for for teen girls, but then we had some cool boys join us, and who were talented, which was great. Rowan, shout out to Rowan, who's a very talented textile artist, and
Sai.
Sai. Well, no, Sai wasn't in needlecraft.
Oh, okay.
He did a bunch of other stuff. but
Yeah, that's right.
So shout out to all the kids. Love you all. But so needlecraft was the first time we did that, and the kids loved learning how to do like hands-on textile activities. Like, it was the first time we did that at the studio at all, and we did like like, so a few people hated knitting at first, to be honest. Like, they were frustrated with it and have difficulty getting it. By the end, everyone learned to knit, and some people loved it. Like, some
Yeah.
kids actually like
Took
took
on
it.
projects at home.
Yeah, they're like knitting with their grandma. They're asking, you know, like,
And though a lot of those needle things, needle crafts and weaving are lost arts,
yeah,
and it's heartwarming to see young people really embracing it.
because it's the best.
Yeah.
Like, it's awesome. I love textile art, and
Yeah.
maybe
And
one of the
rug
reasons.
cooking,
Yeah.
like what a wonderful way to recycle.
Yes.
And
Yes. Maybe we'll do rug cooking
yeah,
next summer.
Yeah.
Or even sooner, maybe for March break if we're allowed, depending on COVID.
yeah. I took a rug hooking course up at, I think it was Chapeau, or not Chapeau, Fort Cologne.
Oh.
There was a place up there, and
Cool.
yeah, and so
You have to tell me more about that.
Yeah.
Okay, but we have to go.
no.
Yeah, we have to go.
Oh, wow.
But thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next time, whenever that may be. Thank
Yeah.
you so much. Have
Well,
a lovely
thanks,
afternoon.
Dorian, for putting all this together too.
Yeah,
'cause-
thanks, Dorian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and we have now reached the end of our virtual wellness conference this weekend. And just before we conclude, we're going to have Joan and Holly come back out for us and close off with some drumming. So, Joan and Holly.
I'm a proud Métis grass dancer, and basically what I said was my name was Holly and I'm from Eganville. I'll pass it on to Joan before we do our song.
Training, Vishka Targagi, White Raven, also known as Joan, Holly's partner, and we're going to do a couple songs. We're going to do Nim Stum Na, which is for MMIW women and children and two-spirited people and men.
Nim Stum Na, Nim Stum Na, Gulin Na, Wabang Yis, Weya Heyo, 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 Weya Hey, Weya Hey.
Stum Na,
Winston Na, Weedy Na, Wabang Yis, Weya Heyo, 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 Weya Hey, Weya Hey. Nim Stum Na, Nim Stum Na, Gawinin Na, Wabang Yis, Weya Heyo, 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 Weya Hey, Weya Hey. Nim Stum Na, Nim Stum Na, Gawinin Na, Wabang Yis, Weya Heyo, 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 Weya Hey, Weya Hey.
basically what that means is, am I next? Am I the one you'll be missing? Am I next? Will I be missing soon? And now we're going to do the traveling song to say goodbye and safe journeys to everybody. Which
Hey,
Thank you again. I have more. Thank you so much for coming out and doing this. And, yep. This is actually now the end of our wellness conference. We've got through the entire weekend. So just before we end, of course, I want to thank everybody for everybody who helped all weekend. So I have an entire list here. Of course, my dad, Trevor Pierce, for coming to do the land acknowledgement yesterday. Joan and Holly for opening and closing for us. Kyla Kraft-Romaine, all of our presenters. So Kyla, Bailey, Parnell, John Fannenhauer, Jackie Gooderman, Joanne Wise, Jane Wood, Dr. Searle, Sifra Cooper, Selah Brecken, Leslie Burke, Kristen Gloa, Cameron Montgomery, Debbie Montgomery, and then, of course, to our tech crew and our backstage crew, we had Maxine, Jeffrey, and Gabriel Pierce. And then, of course...
And thank you, Dorian!
And, of course, thank you to Cameron Montgomery for letting us use this super incredible space for the conference. And then last but not least, thank you to everybody for watching. Thank you everybody for coming and, well, not coming, but like staying at home and watching our conference all weekend long. What's about to happen here? Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you next time.